Yebisa fami tolingaka bango liboso bawa yebisa boyoyo kumisaka e.
Welcome to the launch of the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank.
Tango zana bomo lakisa bango mutindo kani yolingaka bango yolelaka motema baoyo betelaka tolo yebisa bango boye jimukunanga bikolabe oh nakupenda mumezolange fami nalingi bino kozela te bakoma na bokono polakisa lolango na yo kozela te bawa nsima otanda wolo na lilita yango wana lelo yebisa bango boye jimukunanga bikolabe minanga nakupenda yo mumezolange fami nalingi bino.
Welcome to the launch of the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank.
kozela te bakende na paradiso kozela te babunga na lifelo tango zana bomo elakisa yebisa lolango na yo yebisa bango jimukunanga bikolabe nakupenda mizolange fami nalingi bino jimukunanga bikolabe nakupenda mizolange fami nalingi bino jimukunanga bikolabe nakupenda we mizolange
Welcome to the launch of the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank.
Ambaro bobie satango ibalano senano bandisela
Patukuna de tendele mate Patukuludu Palate de doludu Panembe doludu Palate de doludu Doludu Palate de doludu Doludu Palate de doludu
Welcome to the launch of the Report on Comprehensive Own Source Revenue Potential and Tax Gap Study of County Governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank. Welcome to the launch of the Report on Comprehensive Own Source Revenue Potential and Tax Gap Study of County Governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank. Welcome to the launch of the Report on Comprehensive Own Source Revenue Potential and Tax Gap Study of County Governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank.
Wajua kunifurahisha, hey, we ni Mungu wa kicheko changu. Wajua kunichekesha kweli, Mungu wa amani yangu. Wajua kunipa amani, Mungu wa imani yangu. We walinda wokovu wangu, kwa yale yote umetenda, niruhusu nitoe shukurani. Niruhusu nitoe shukurani. Niruhusu nitoe shukurani. Niruhusu nitoe shukurani.
Welcome to the launch of the Report on Comprehensive Own Source Revenue Potential and Tax Gap Study of County Governments, courtesy of the Commission on Revenue Allocation in partnership with the World Bank.
Chini ya kicheko, ni wewe
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. Great honor indeed. And thank you so much for being part of this event. My name is Johnson Mwakazi. Great pleasure indeed to be the moderator of today's launch. Please do me a favor. Turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Yeah. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. It's good to see you, sir. Absolutely, it's good to see you, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Many thanks, many thanks. Welcome. Welcome. Wow. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Karibu, karibu. Well done. Welcome. Thank you. It's the launch of a report that is very critical, a report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments. Prof, good to see you again. Blessings. Thank you so much. Blessings. The clarion call really is, if county governments can collect the maximum possible own source revenue from the most important revenue streams, then we will achieve all the goals, whether we are talking about Vision 2030, or Agenda 2063. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of us are needed in that conversation. So, karibuni sana. Once we are ready to kick off, I'll let you know. Those joining us online, you are welcome. You are welcome. We celebrate you. And we'll also give you an opportunity to engage. It's not just here physically, but also online. Just make sure you are online in terms of you have access to Wi-Fi. Definitely you must have. So there's something on the screen. I'd kindly request that you join the conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have a phone. I'd kindly request that you join the conversation. The instructions are on the screen. This is for everyone. This is for everyone. Just get your phone. Just get your phone and go to www.menti.com. That's all you have to do. Just go to www.menti.com. Once you're in there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is simply screen 82
8209 4631. The code, once you go to www.menti.com, the code is 8209 4631. Once you're in there, you will see a thumbs up sign. Click on it. You'll see a thumbs up sign. Click on it. So join the conversation. I can see 17 people have joined the conversation, 18. Just go to www.menti.com. Once you're in there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 8209 4631. www.menti.com. The code is on the screen. That's 8209 4631. Once you're in there, you will see a thumbs up sign. Please click on it. I can see 21 people already in. Well done. Even those joining us via YouTube, because we are streaming live on the CRA YouTube channel. Well done, well done, well done. 25 people. Excellent. 25 people. It's going to be interactive. Karibuni sana. And just before we kick off officially, as we wait for our chief guest, and for the sake of those joining us online, I'll come to your table so that we just get to know each other. So I'll come to your table, you'll tell us your name, the organization that you represent, and probably tell us your expectations in regards to today's event and beyond. Name, organization, and your expectations regarding today's launch and beyond today. So in a way, we want to make sure that we keep a good record of who came, because once we start the event, we may not have the opportunity to give you airtime. But definitely if I give you the microphone and you speak, it's actually being streamed live. So later on you can actually go to the CRA YouTube channel and you will actually watch yourself. So that's a good way to market yourself as well, that you are part of the launch. So camera, let's be on standby. In the meantime, join the conversation. The portal is all right, please note Wi-Fi is open. SPH, it's open, so you can join in.
Check.
So ladies and gentlemen, we should be kicking off. I'd kindly request those who are still outside, please make your way inside in the meeting area so that we can start off. But in the meantime, let's get to know who is here, your name, organization, and your key expectations this morning and beyond. And I am honored to be here with this wonderful team of two gentlemen. A big round of applause for them. Makofi yao tafadhali. They made it here this morning. Makofi yao tena. Makofi tafadhali. So tell us your name, organization, and what are your expectations this morning and beyond. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jarvis Mohendo from Kilifi County. It's a very great pleasure to be connected to CRA, and I'm very happy to be here. Our expectation is to see if counties can go ahead and meet their targets as far as on-source revenue is concerned. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Asante, makofi yake tafadhali. Kilifi County, meeting targets. Aha. Big round of applause tafadhali. Makofi tafadhali. Amefika hapa. Which county do you represent? Your name and your expectations. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Morning all. I'm Namukasi Lilian from Bungoma. I'm a fiscal analyst from the County Assembly of Bungoma. My expectation is our county to improve on the collection of our own source revenue. Thank you.
Bungoma, makofi tafadhali. Bungoma, improve on collection of OSR. Okay, let's come here. Aha. Welcome.
Assembly. I would just love to know how this report and the models that are contained in it.
All right. So we've heard from Kilifi County, Bungoma County, Nairobi County. Let's come here. Let me give you an opportunity. Talk to us. Your name, organization, and your expectations.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is CPA James Atemba Halai. I come from the county of Vihiga. And I am here today to at least get the suggestions regarding the tax gaps that exist in our revenue collections and how best we can bridge those gaps so that we can maximize our revenue collections. Thank you very much.
Vihiga County tax gaps. How do we bridge those gaps? Okay, excellent. Kaka karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Name, organization, expectations. Go ahead.
I'm called Abdulrahman Adanedo from Wajir County. We really want to know about how to fill the gaps in revenue in Wajir County, and maybe automations or something like that, if it can be. Thanks very much.
Wajir County. Automation, filling the gaps. Go ahead.
My name is Abdisalan. I'm from Wajir also. As you know, Wajir is one of the ASAL area that has a very little tax base in terms of tax collection source and tax streams. From this study, which actually one of the area that will be highlighted is to have a potential tax base and how to improve on tax streams. So despite that, also we have been facing a lot of challenges in terms of droughts and other matters that has also seriously affected us, because the backbone of our revenue, most of is the livestock, which is now at extreme end in terms of living. Therefore, we expect maybe to come up with more tax streams from these.
So yes, the expectations, and that's why we have this report. So we'd like to still know who is here, your expectations, so that as we kick off together. Go ahead. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bernard Koros, Director Revenue, County Government of Kericho. I like to understand, to get an understanding or to be more informed on how we do our projection so that we really attain that target at the end of the financial year, and we see that all the county agendas and projects are fully resourced. Thank you.
Of that, projections, targets. This report is critical. Kericho County. Thank you so much. Karibu, I see you nodding. Please talk to us.
Good morning. My name is Mburu Kangede, CC Finance Kiambu. I'm here to retract my steps because I know I have great potential in OSR, but somehow things have not been quite well. But I believe with this study, once we get, we are going to get what we can say comprehensive study, and it will give us guideline and how to retract ourselves and go on top when it comes to revenue, own source revenue correction. Thank you.
So we want to go, wow. Talk to us. Wow.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm just insisting that they have just been giving reports from the men, and the ladies, we are here. So my name is Alice Kimemia. I'm the chair of the Revenue Board for Laikipia County. We have done extremely well, from 400 million to 902 million own source revenue. My big issue, which I hope CRA is going to respond to, is to give all the counties one revenue collecting system, because we've been at the mercy of business people out.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Nawoi, County Executive in charge of Finance and Economic Planning, Turkana County. My expectation is we met the target, but how do we be able to tap into other revenue streams and be able to expand our target? Thank you.
Alternatives, other revenue streams, Turkana County. Talk to us.
David Muriaki from Laikipia County, Budget Office. Same expectations on how to improve on our revenue collections and ensure that maybe our expenditures match our revenues as well. Thank you.
Expenditure versus revenues. Asante sana. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. Once our chief guest comes in, I'd kindly request that we give him a big Kenyan warm welcome, and a standing one for that matter. So once he comes in, let's just celebrate and honor His Excellency. In the meantime, please join the conversation. Join the conversation. But before that, now that we have the camera on, are we able to focus on the... fantastic, fantastic, okay. Let me come to... His Excellency. In the meantime...
My name is Tino War from the World Bank. My expectations are to learn from the report about how we can support county governments increase their own source revenue capacities. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much from the World Bank. Thank you for your partnership. We celebrate you, the work that you're doing. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, please join the conversation. Let's join the conversation on Menti. Just get your phone, go to www.menti.com. www.menti.com. Should be kicking off once the chief guest comes in. But in the meantime, please join the conversation. Go to www.menti.com. You'll be asked for a code. The code is 8209 4631. 4631. 8209 4631. Once you're in there, you will see a thumbs up sign. There are several questions we'd like you to respond to, so this is for everyone. Make sure that you are part of the conversation. So the instructions again, just go to www.menti.com. That's MENTI.com. We can actually just do it real time. Just get your phone. We can do it together. Let's do it together. Let's go to your search engine, Google Chrome or whatever you're using. then go to www.menti.com. Then search. Wi-Fi is open, SPH. The code is on the screen, 8209 4631. 8209 4631. Once you're in there, you will see a thumbs up sign. Click on it and you'll join the conversation. Karibuni-san. Whoa, good, 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 good. 41 people, that's a good number. So go to www, search engine, then www.menti.com, MENTI.com. Then you search. www.menti.com. SPH. SPH. Oh, AM. It's okay. Then search www.menti.com. Search. www. Yes, you can go in. You can now the code. Let's have the code. Menti. The code is 8209. Excellent. 8209 4631. Submit. Then you submit, then you click on the thumbs up sign. You can click on this thumbs up sign. Fantastic. So we should be starting in a moment. SPH. SPH. Apologies for that. The Wi-Fi portal is SPH. S Safari Park Hotel. SPH. $50 people, thank you so much. So once you join the conversation, please don't close it. Don't close it, keep it open. That tab, keep it open. So, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, county governments can collect the maximum possible own source revenue from the most important revenue streams when they apply the best practices in revenue administration. And that is at the very heart of today's launch, the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and a tax gap study of county governments. So karibuni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, kick off together. So ladies and gentlemen, keep the tab on, the one that you used to join the conversation. A couple of questions we'll be asking you as we kick off. So keep that tab open on your phone, laptop or iPad or whatever it is you're using. Tablet. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the chairperson, Commission on Revenue Allocation, makofi yake tafadhali, and her delegation, karibuni sana. We appreciate, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off now. Wherever you are, get settled, get ready. Ready to launch the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly request that we be upstanding. For the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Just before you sit, I'd kindly request that you get your phone and we're going to take a selfie with the person standing next to you and possibly take a selfie with everyone who is around you. Take a selfie, take a selfie, please. This is such an important function. We need to make sure that those joining us online know exactly what is happening here. If you've never taken a selfie, let this be your first. Oh yeah, this is good. Good stuff, good stuff. Well done. Take a selfie, turn to the back, to the front, turn. Asante sana. And oh wow, there's another photo here. Fantastic. And a selfie as well. We can be taking a selfie. Excellent. Now, listen to this. please post it. Post it via Twitter. Post it. We have a hashtag. The hashtag is simply OSR Potential. OSR Potential. Once you post it, you can take a seat. You can take your seat once you post. Asante sana. Excellent. Now, on your phone still, on your phone. Just go to www.menti.com. 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 Everything is on the screen. www.menti.com. Search. You will be asked for a code. The code is on the screen. The code is 8209 4631. This is for everyone. The code is on the screen. OSR Potential. That's the hashtag in regards to all the photos you will take and all the quotables. In the meantime, we want to have a quick conversation online. All right. Right. So go to www.menti.com. Once you're in there, the code is 8209 4631. And once you're in, click on the thumbs up sign and you will join the conversation. First question. Everything is on your screen, on your phone. Which county do you represent? Which county do you represent? Just type it in. Which county do you represent? Just want to get a feel of who is here. Let's open it up. So which county do you represent? Let's open it up. We see which counties. Nairobi, Machakos, Garissa, Makueni. Fantastic. Murang'a, Kisii. Let's see. Laikipia, Baringo, Nyandarua, Busia, Trans Nzoia, Okay, this is good. Migori, Nyamira, Homa Bay, well done. Kericho, Meru, well done. This is good. Now. Let's have a personal conversation here now. Let's move on. Which county, have you experienced the impact of devolution in your county? And probably, if possible, if you say yes, just tell us what one thing. If possible, also add your name. Have you experienced the impact of devolution in your county? experienced. Okay. Yes, public participation. Yes, absolutely. Somehow, roads in some places. Yes, urbanization. Yes, more infrastructure. If you can, please add your name as well. Let's move on. Yes, rural roads have been city status. Yes, the ease of decentralization of funds and upscale of economy. Yes, by Hilary Siror. Yes, water services. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Keep them coming, keep them coming. Yes, development. Have you experienced the impact of devolution? All right, thank you so much indeed. We'll keep the conversation going. In the meantime, we want to at least get the opening remarks so that we can safely say, we are here and we are ready to engage. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us the opening remarks.
He is an expert in public finance, an experienced certified public accountant and a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. He is widely trained in strategic management, leadership, corporate governance and fiscal decentralization. His experience spans over the last 32 years, 17 of which have been at various levels of management in public organizations as well as international donor-funded research institutions. Please welcome the Commission on Revenue Allocation Secretary and CEO CPA James Katule.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu sana.
Let me just pause for a moment to say how glad I am to see all of you here. The PS, Ministry of Devolution, Director General, Accounting Services and Quality Assurance at the National Treasury, FCPA Ndungu, chairs and representatives of constitutional commissions and independent offices, development partners who are here, and at this point we recognize the World Bank, who have been our key partner in this project. Commissioners from CRA, representatives from the counties, all protocols observed. Good morning. I take this opportunity just to welcome you to this event where we launch a study on counties' own source revenue potential and tax gaps. Finding out in a situation where we are today, how much the counties can collect if we used the best administrative structures available for all of us. And as I do that, I would like to just recognize those who have joined us this morning. We have the Council of Governors as the first team that was in or has been involved. And therefore, we have FCPA Fernandez Baraza, who is the chair of the Finance Committee of the Council of Governors. So, karibu sana. Having recognized those, let me just take a moment to talk about those who are here as our partners. We recognize the FCDO, which is the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Organization. Kono Sendo is part of the team here. Thank you very much for joining us. We have the UNDP, another development partner. Dan Juma is here. Thank you very much, Dan and the team. We have the World Bank, and I'd recognize them, Murada Kinuthia and the team that has worked so hard on this. We have the ACT. Agnes Odhiambo is leading that team. We have the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The chairperson, Dr. Lynn Mengich, is here. We have the Council of Governors, I've talked about that. We have the Controller of Budgets, CPA Stephen Marsha is here with us, leading that team. We have NGEC, Commissioner Tom Koyer is leading that team. We have the NCIC, Dorcas Kegondo, Embassy of Denmark, Joseph Kimani, asante sana. We have the UNCDF, Dimitriv, I saw him here. We have the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, Joseph Sirengo is leading that team. We have the IGRTC, Chair Gedenji Kiragu is here. We have the IMF, Des Shilavuka is here. Kenya Law Reform Commission, Christine Agimba is here. We have the SOCAT, Regina Mudeu is leading that team. We have a budget chair from the county of Kajiado, James Nine, I hope I got that correct, chair budget team of Kajiado, and it's an elected member. We have representation from the counties. We have the host, the commission. That is the commissioner, the chair of the commission, and the commissioners who have joined us. I would like just to recognize them by asking, other than the chair, the rest of the commissioners to just stand and wave to the crowd. Commissioners from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate them. Then there is the team from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. We have members of the Secretariat who are here, and I want to thank everybody for joining us. Allow me not to say too many things. Let's get on with the program. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Karibuni sana indeed. We're now ready to get into the meat of the matter. But as I looked at the whole document, I couldn't help but think of this forest in Cameroon, Minawao. In 2014, these refugees were given this forest. It had a lot of trees. It had a lot of trees, eyes on the screen. But over time, they cut the trees to survive, and slowly by slowly, I've been living here now for 4 years. The camp has changed a lot in that time. They used to cut, when we arrived in 2014, there were many trees here. Sometimes my eldest daughter, very early in the morning, she will not return until 2 to 3 in the afternoon. And it kept on, all the trees. Every day women and children walk up to 12 kilometers to find firewood. Without a sustainable alternative, the forests of Minawao will soon be gone. The refugees themselves had to stand up and provide a solution. And this is how they did it. In a very sustainable way, they came up with an hickory factory. No need to cut trees anymore. It has changed my life for the better. Less smoke. Mud brick production, from paper houses to now bricks. And all the resources were just there. But it just needed a mental shift. And slowly by slowly, they also decided, you know what, let's start planting trees. And now they started thinking beyond themselves and now thinking of future generations.
When we go back to our country, tree is here, it will grow. It will be a green again.
We have the potential as counties to transform lives for generations, and CRA saying, let no Kenyan be left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, to start us off in giving us the study methodology, please, let's welcome our first presentation.
He has over 25 years' experience in the finance and accounting sector, having worked as the Director, County Fiscal Affairs at the Commission on Revenue Allocation before joining the Office of the Controller of Budget. He represents the Office of the Controller of Budget in the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. Please welcome Deputy Controller of Budget, CPA Stephen Masha.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
PS, Minister of Devolution, Governor Fernandez Baraza, Chair, Commission on Revenue Allocation, allow me to adopt the protocol as already articulated by Katule. My role today here is very simple, and I look at myself playing the role that John the Baptist played for those of us who profess the Christian faith. Just to lay the ground for those who will come later. And to do this, I'll take us through the methodology. How did we get where we are today to this very important event on the launch? There's supposed to be a presentation. I don't know whether it is up, but nonetheless, I want to say that the study that we are launching today, the report we are launching today, started off with a concept that was developed by the Commission on Revenue Allocation. The Commission has a committee they call the Revenue Enhancement Committee, because under Article 216 of the Constitution, they are mandated to provide advice on mechanisms that will ensure they provide advice on mechanisms to ensure we're able to raise revenues. That is the REC, Revenue Enhancement Committee, that is chaired by Dr. Irene Asienga. I think she'll come after I make this presentation. That particular committee was provided. Where is the computer? Oh, fantastic. So I'll say my presentation is a very small number of slides, and basically I take a very short time, and I will look at I will look at the project governance structure, which is what I had started on. The project governance structure, that's what I had started on. Somebody to help me. Seems like this technology is causing a... And then I look at the study approach. The sources of data is another area that we look at. So in terms of the governance structure, the other way, that way. It's not responding. The governance structure, I had already covered aspects on the Revenue Enhancement Committee that is chaired by CRA's Committee on Revenue Enhancement in line with Article 216 of the Constitution, and that committee is chaired by Dr. Irene Asienga to provide the overall direction. That's the apex committee. Under that Apex committee, there was a technical oversight committee that consisted of representation from a number of institutions. And I want to acknowledge those institutions. There was the National Treasury that was represented on that committee. There is the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, of course for obvious reasons, because these are the owners of most of the data that was used in generating the estimates that you later hear about. The Office of the Controller of Budget was also there. The Council of Governors, they have a very vital mandate. They were also represented in that committee. And of course, from the funding aspect, World Bank had membership. And finally, the host, that is CRA, had also some representation on the Technical Oversight Committee. Then under the Technical Oversight Committee, whose mandate was to provide overall guidance of the project, to guide the project and provide overall guidance, there was the operational team. This team mainly consisted of Alma Economics, who were the consultants on this assignment, and there was some frequent interaction with the technical committee and ultimately going up to the Apex committee as well. So that is sort of the structure in terms of the overall governance of the project.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome the Speaker of the Senate, Right Honorable Makofi tafadhali, Right Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi. Karibu sana. Go ahead, CPA Stephen Masha.
Thank you so much. And in the last box on that was the World Bank that provided overall guidance in relation with, in terms of the funding and overall aspects on that with Alma Economics. On the next phase, in terms of our approach, the next phase in terms of the methodological approach, I'm looking at the phases. How did we approach this assignment? There were about 4 phases of the approach that we adopted. The first phase was drafting the research approach, the study approach, research approach, the strategy, and also scoping. There's a lot of work that was done, desk research, trying to get data on the various desks, looking at the various finance bills, looking at the valuation rolls of various counties across the country, and also assessing any other relevant information as far as the study is concerned. There was also an identification that the first phase, we identified the key revenue streams, and I think there were about 13 revenue streams that were identified as core in as far as this study is concerned. That was the first phase, which entailed a lot more about on desk studies and desk reviews. The second phase entailed county engagements, going out to the county, undertaking reviews. Basically, triangulation was there was a triangulation on 3 essential areas. The first was the literature review, which I've covered on that triangulation of the literature review. The second was interviews at the point where we went out to the counties and undertook interviews with various stakeholders, the county revenue officers and other players in the space. And these took place at 2 levels. At the micro level, where we did individual interviews with those revenue officers, and at the meso level, we not do the macro, but at the meso level, where their groups came together and were able to undertake some interview. And then moving on was the next level, the next phase, phase 3, where there was the estimation. This was the third essential part of the triangulation, where we undertook the analysis. And this analysis was done on a 2-pronged approach. The frontier analysis was adopted, and also there was top-down analysis which was also adopted. And finally, on the fourth level, or the fourth phase, it was the inception report that was subjected to peer review. That was the first draft report subjected to peer review and validation. Workshop was held where people came in and they were able to give their views. In terms of the estimation methodology, we were able to estimate, the report estimates based on there's an economic base. For each revenue stream, there's an economic base that is used. For example, if it is property rates, then the number, you look at the economic base, which is the number of properties that are available, be it the county or whichever specific area. There was that, which ensure that you are able to determine the potential. Looking at the economic base, or in some cases it was informed by the GCP, that is the gross county production, that is informed some of these economic bases, you are able to estimate how much is the county supposed to generate if they are to collect their revenues in a very optimal manner. And then the gap analysis, you look at what you are supposed to generate, compare that with what you are generating, and definitely you'll get there's a gap, which I think those findings will come in much later, will be presented much later. And finally, we're looking at the frontier analysis. Looking at these counties, the 47 counties, among those 47 counties, are there counties that we can say are pace setters? Yeah, if we are to use another word, pace setters, those that are doing well in revenue collection. So looking at those, how do they compare? That was one of the other strategies that was used. If we compare count A and count B, how is count A performing compared to count B? So we're able to identify the pace setters and the counties that were leading in as far as a couple of revenue streams were concerned, and therefore that formed part of the analysis. This is the analysis that was done, the phase. I'm not so sure the computer is here. This is not responding. Yeah, the estimated methodology, those two approaches that were used, I'm trying to cover that. The approaches that were used, one was the deterministic frontier analysis, where we are looking at the actual revenues that are collected. How much are these counties actually collecting? And you compare what they are collecting vis-a-vis the best performing counties in the cluster. That is the deterministic method. The other method that was used was the top-down. In terms of the top-down, you look at the economic base, you look at the base, and the rest, you do just a cross multiplication and see, are you able to arrive at a figure that if the counties were to collect every single coin, yeah, you're assuming there's no leakage, you're assuming there is no revenue loss in any way. Those are some of the assumptions that you make. If you make those assumptions that I have an economic base, this is my economic base, with the assumptions that there is no loss of revenue in one way or another, what am I able to generate? So basically those are the two approaches, but by and large, I think the deterministic approach was found to be a lot more suitable for purposes of this study. And finally, the final slide here presents the sources of data that were used during this study. We use multiple sources of data, but largely informed by what is there officially, and this is the data that is available at the Kenya National Bureau of Standards. The multiple indicator cluster survey, various of those were conducted, and the data holder here is the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, as well as some data that was obtained from UNICEF. Survey of industrial production data of 2013, that again, this is from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The Kenya Continuous Household Survey Program, of course, a couple of 3 years were used, and that again is data that is available from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The Integrated Survey of Services, also from the National Bureau of Statistics. Economic surveys, various economic surveys, Enterprise Survey of 2018, and the Kenya Household Health Expenditure and Utilization Survey, which again was conducted by the ministry. This was conducted by the Ministry of Health. So those are the sources of data that were used to drive to drive the results that will be shared today. So with that presentation, I want to say thank you so much for listening, and my apologies for the, I think, challenges that we experience with IT. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much indeed, CPA Stephen Masha, really taking us through the study methodology. We want to move on, but before that, we just want to recognize the presence of the Chair, Budget Committee, Nyamira County, George Abuga. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much for being part of this launch. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we want to explore now the OSR potential journey and findings.
She has over 15 years' experience in research, teaching, and administration. She once worked as a senior lecturer and director of Kabarak University, responsible for mentoring, teaching, grading, and supervising students. She is also a former dean, business school, and head of commerce department at the same university. She has interests in environmental, agricultural, and development economics and has published widely in peer-reviewed journals. Please welcome the Commission on Revenue Allocation Commissioner Dr. Irene Asienga.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi, Chair of Finance, Council of Governors, Fernandez Baraza, Chairperson CRA, Dr. Jane Kiringai, PS Devolution, Mr. Julius Correll. All protocols observed, good morning. My work here is very simple, just as my predecessor said, Masha. I'm here to take you through the findings of this OSR potential study. So it will be very brief, not long, and I'll just give you the key messages. And I'll start by saying that you know, when you hear about CRA, many people just think about the division of revenue. But I used to say here that we also have other very important mandates. And one of those mandates is clearly laid down in our Constitution in Article 216(2), that of financing and financial management by county governments. And in that particular mandate, it goes further to say that where possible, we are supposed to recommend to the counties and the national government as well, ways in which they can enhance their own source revenue. That one is in Article 216(3)(b). Now, this is actually where this study is anchored, because we may ask, so why a potential study? Why are you doing it? Where do you get your legal backing? It's actually in the Constitution. And as was said earlier by Masha, in the commission we work through committees, and one of the committees is one on revenue enhancement, and I chair that committee. I don't work alone. My team members are here, and with the permission of the chair, allow me to just let them stand, the members and the secretariat of the Revenue Enhancement Committee. Secretary, yeah, so these are the members of the Revenue Enhancement Committee, and they are here with us today. So this is the team that actually worked on this particular work. Thank you. So I also wish to point out now that this potential study is not the first. It is not the first study. In 2018, we did another on-source revenue potential study. This was done by the National Treasury in collaboration with the World Bank. And the team that did it is, we popularly call it the Adam Smith study. So that particular study provided the base of this particular second OSR potential study. So just like any other research, like any other study, we saw that there were some weaknesses in there, and we thought we could improve. So we held discussions in the commission, and we thought we could improve on that particular report, because as it was very important, and we thought we could come up with a second one, which is what we are launching today. So in that particular report, one of the gaps in the Adam Smith study is that few revenue streams were considered. Only 6 revenue streams were considered. And I know counties are represented here. We have more revenue streams that counties actually collect. So we improved and we moved from 6 revenue streams up to 15. Then another gap that was really glaring was that the response rate was not very, very good in that particular study, because what happened was that they were not able to cover all the 47 county governments. So given the nature of the data, they were not able to replicate and cover all the 47 county governments, which is what this study has done. Now, then what is new? Because if you take the 2 studies, then what is new? So of course, data speaks volumes, so we have the latest data. We have used the GCP, the latest GCP data, gross county product data of 2022. We are in 2022, so that's the data we've used. And then because counties, we also have counties that have got cities, we have city counties surrounded by cities. We also use the Urban Areas and Cities Act of 2019. Then, of course, the latest census data, that's the population census data. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever you find in there is current, because the data is current. Then, of course, I said that we moved from 6 revenue streams to 15. Now, these 15 revenue streams account for 80% of what counties collect, and I'll be showing you that shortly. So it's an improvement from the previous one to this other one. And of course, as Masha earlier said on, before we actually embarked on this study, there were many consultations. We involved the different stakeholders that Masha mentioned, KNBS, COG, COB, National Treasury were part of us, KRA were part of this journey. And so we had that deep engagement with these particular people. And we know that you cannot work alone on an island, and the fact that they were part of us actually shows that this report is good. And of course, the journey that had been mentioned earlier on, it started in 2020, during COVID. Actually, 2020 is when we started this journey, during COVID. And as much as there was COVID, we did quite a lot. I remember we had meetings with the head of revenue from all the 47 county governments online, and we were able to move. Alma Economics were our consultants. We had many meetings with them online, and work moved well. Now, I'll take you through the 15 revenue streams just very quickly. Now, the 6 streams that were captured in the earlier report were the property rates, trading licensing fee, advertising licensing fee, parking fees, building plans and approval fees, and liquor licensing fee. So those were the 6 that were captured in the Adam Smith report. But now in this second OSR report, we introduced other revenue streams, and I said earlier on that these revenue streams account for 80% of what all counties collect. And so we have others. We have hospital and public health fees. This is one of the streams that county governments collect, and it's a very important revenue streams, but at this point I may want to mention that as much as it is important, yes, but the report shows that those counties that actually ring fence the hospital and public health fees tend to do better than those counties who send this fee to the county revenue fund to be determined by the normal process. But those that ring fence have actually done better. Then we have the natural resource transportation fee. It's also another important source of revenue for counties. Like Kajiado, Machakos, transportation of sand. That's another source of revenue for counties. Then we have others, which actually form the 80%. We have the agricultural produce, game reserve fee, technical services, environmental conservancy admin fee, market access fees, administrative fees, then fines and penalties for features. So those are the 15 that we considered in this particular plan. So we brought in the 6 and then introduced this other 9 to make 15. Now, then what does this tell us? Now, having looked at all the 15 revenue streams, we used the deterministic frontier approach. Masha explained the difference very well. And so you'll realize that in the deterministic frontier approach, we as a commission thought that that's a better one, and this result is what it gives us. So the OSR potential for counties using the deterministic frontier approach is 216 billion. Now, if you look at that chart, it speaks volumes. What are we collecting now? 31, that gray bit. And what are counties targeting? 52. Now, look at that 1 and 216. What does that tell us? It means there is, there's so much that we are not doing as far as OSR is concerned. Now, I was just thinking, what goes to the counties, the equitable share is 370. Now, imagine if counties were to collect 216. Isn't that a good way, actually, of trying to win some of the counties of the equitable share? I'll show you that in the next slide. So this chart actually speaks a lot, and this study has shown that, and it's a wake-up call for all of us that we need to do something so that we can actually get to that particular potential. So this particular chart on the financing of 2021-22 budgets, so with this potential of 216, it means that OSR can finance 40% of the budget. Then the equitable share and other revenue sources will finance 60%. But currently, where we are is that OSR is financing about 9%, and we can get to 40. We are at 9 now. Now, if you were able to finance some of our budgets, can you imagine what you do in the counties? You'd smooth your operations. The delays that sometimes happen, you'd be able to handle that. You'd improve on your development, so many things. So there's a lot that we can do with the on-source revenue in counties, and especially given these hard times of fiscal stress, if we were able to collect this money, can you imagine what would happen and the development that we would experience in the counties? Now, this is also a very important map. We all come from counties. When we were doing the introductions, we have people from Trans Nzoia, Kericho. We are coming from different parts of the country. I don't know if you can see that, but seeing that particular map of Kenya, it shows the gaps and the potential. So the darker bit, actually Nairobi is the darker one. It shows that it has got huge potential. So the darker the map, where you see the dark space, it shows you have got huge potential, and you also have, like Nairobi has a huge potential and also a huge gap, because it's between 28.20 and 67 billion. Then the other, the not so dark part is actually the agricultural counties. We have there Nakuru, we have Nyandarua, we have Murang'a, Machakos, some cities there. They also have a huge potential. Now, look at the larger part, the light part. It's actually most parts of this country. And you can see that light part is more of the pastoralist counties. So them, their potential, they have also a good potential, but the gap is not that much. Because the light part is between 0.34 to 2.77 billion. So what does that say? The greener parts and the next greener parts actually have got huge potential, and if we can collect these revenues, then it can be a good thing for us to do. So the next slide is on the key streams as per the report. What did we find in this report? If counties, for example, concentrated on these particular key streams, then what would be their potential? So we have 6 streams that we picked, the top 6. As much as we looked at 15, but we considered the top 6. And one of them is the outdoor advertising fees, which, if counties were to do it properly, then they would get 81 billion. You know, you were just discussing and we were saying, recently we've just come out from an election. All these posters that we saw of politicians everywhere, did counties use that to get money? Or it was just a matter of do your poster and did you collect money from that? Because the law allows you to collect money from outdoor advertising. 81B, and it's very easy to collect that. But what is the problem? The second stream that has a huge potential is hospital and public health fee. I talked about this. So this one has a potential of 33 billion. The third one is trade and licensing fees. If counties were to do the right thing, then this would give us 23 billion. Now the question is, counties, do you have a database of your taxpayers? How are you collecting? Do you know who is paying tax? Do you know your businesses? And you know, it's just a matter of just doing simple things and you are able to actually get it right. Then the fourth one is the natural resource transportation fees, which has a potential of 16 billion. This is also another very important one. I'll show you how much you are getting from this, and you'll see that there is actually a lot of leakage. Then the fifth one is the property rates, which has a potential of 14 billion. Now, we talk a lot about property rates. We talk about valuation rules. What is it that we are not doing right so that we can get money from this? Then the last one is parking fees. That is the top 6. Now, parking fees, this is the easiest to collect. Very easy. Imagine knowing how many cars have parked in your area today. Is that a hard thing? I know some counties have used technology, like I think Vihiga, are using GIS to get to know how many cars came this week, how many cars came in the last 2 weeks, and they're able to actually know the revenue that they can collect from that. And besides even GIS, you know, it's just automation. If you automate, you get your money, and that will be actually very useful for the county. So these are the top 6, and this is what gives 84% of the potential. So if counties would just concentrate on this, then we would not be where we are. Now, the next slide, the collections on key revenue stream leakages. So you've just seen the previous slide. Like, for example, for the parking fees, you can get 9 billion. But we are at 47%, 48 of that. Property rates, we are 35. And this is now where, so what is the problem? Yet we can actually do better. So there's been discussions on valuation rules. What can we do? Because the report shows that counties are using the latest valuation rules, the late 90s and early 2000. That's when the valuation rules were last updated. Now, if they were just updated a little bit without making people suffer, then you can guess what would happen. Trade licensing, we are 23. Natural transportation, 5%. Now, the advertising, it's actually almost 0.004. It's actually 0% advertising licensing fee. And it was saying, if you maximize the opportunity we just had recently of elections, then it could be 81B. So that means there's 81B that is lying somewhere that we've not collected because we are at 0. Then the next slide that I would want to emphasize also is on the game reserves entry fees. We have counties that depend on tourism. And during COVID, they were really affected so much because tourists were not, okay, there was a restriction on travel. And so you know what happened during that period. But that said, we have some counties that over-rely so much on the game reserve. You know, the Masai Mara Game Reserve. And they are actually at 93. You know, we are saying the game reserve entry fees is at 80%. It's been exploited at 80%. But Narok is at 94%. It's actually almost overexploited in a way. Now, what is left is 6%. That's the gap, which means Narok is relying so much on game reserves. So this 6% is possible. If you do these other things that I've talked about, maximize on your parking fee, maximize on your advertisement, then you can be able to close that gap of 60%. Samburu is at 80%. 80%. So it's only 20% left. You only need to, I know there's someone here from Samburu, I met you earlier. You can actually do something, 20%, and you'll be able to get to your potential. Isiolo is at 53, Baringo is not so much. Baringo is at 22. Yeah, so the next key message that we want to emphasize here is on urbanization. We are saying urbanization as a key driver of OSR. Now, this is very important because we talked about Nairobi City. Nairobi City, if Nairobi City was just to even just take property rates alone, update the valuation rule and do something, then we'd be there. But currently, it is at 67%, 67 billion, Kisumu 28, Kiambu is 11, Nakuru 10, Machakos 8, Mombasa 6 billion. Now, if you look at these counties, actually there is a chart I'll show you, but these are among the top counties. And the reason why we are bringing in the aspect of urbanization is because if you look at Nairobi and Mombasa, those are city counties. Kisumu and Nakuru are counties with a city. Because Kisumu, the city is just a Kisumu, the Kisumu city. The rest of the rural areas is not a city. But the fact that it is a city, it means that urbanization plays a key role. Kiambu and Machakos are counties around Nairobi City. We call it all the metropolis. Yeah, counties around the city. So you can see they are among the top, and they have got a high potential. And even currently as it is, this is what it shows. So urbanization, so what you are saying here is that we should encourage urbanization because urban areas are centers of growth. The next slide is on potential to win off equitable share. I talked about this early, and I was saying if counties can actually collect the 216, then there's a potential to win off counties of equitable share. You see where Nairobi is currently, so we have equitable share, the 2022-23 financial year, and then we have the revenue potential. So Nairobi City, currently, the potential you have at 67, but then currently, the equitable share is at 19. Kisumu, 28, 8. Now, if you look at Kiambu, Nakuru, Machakos, and Mombasa, you see they're almost at par, the equitable share and the revenue potential. So if Kiambu, Nakuru is almost, it's past it. You can see that chart. Nakuru is at 13 equitable share, and their potential is estimated at 10. So this is a profound slide as well because it shows as a country, if counties collect their OSR, then we can actually reduce the stress of the government, the fiscal stress we are experiencing now, and we'll be able to pay our debts and do other important obligations that we need to do. So that's just the message in that particular slide. Then the next slide is the county's collection versus potential. So Narok is at 56%, Mombasa 54%, Laikipia 51%, Bungoma 35%. These are some of the best performing counties as per the potential. So Narok, we said it's mostly because they are depending mostly on the game reserve, tourism. Mombasa, Laikipia, they have a revenue board. There are some interventions they have done for them to be able to collect revenue. So Laikipia, they have a revenue board. They have actually tried to be efficient in their collections. Bungoma is another one that has been doing well. They have automated their system. So there are interventions that can be done. And if that is done, then we'll be able to get to the potential. Now, the last slide before I summarize on what we need to do, that particular side is showing counties' collection as a percentage of estimated potential. And the top counties is Narok, the top 6, Narok, Mombasa, Laikipia, Bungoma, and Uasin Gishu. Now, there are things Uasin Gishu have done that have actually enabled them to get to the 1 billion mark. So those counties are fairly doing well in relation to their potential. Now, allow me to mention the top 6 as well. I know you can see. So Kisumu, it's at 3%, West Pokot, 5, Nyamira, 7, Migori, 8, Kwale, and Vihiga. So those are at the bottom in relation to their potential. But something can be done. Something can be done, and they can be able to get to their potential. So you can see where your county is, wherever you are, and you can rate yourself. So finally, what needs to be done? This is not exhaustive, but just a few. From the report, the recommendations are we need to clearly define counties' revenue streams. I asked earlier, do you know what you are collecting? Need to update valuation roles. This has been a conversation that has been happening in many areas, but if valuation roles are updated, even for Nairobi, then they'll be able to get to reduce the gap or even fill the gap. Automation is a subject. Yeah, there was a directive to have an integrated county revenue management system some time ago. We still believe that's a good thing, so that you have a unified revenue management system, and this will actually reduce leakages. Then enhance efficiency in revenue administration, and then standardize the revenue reporting. Counties that have done this have actually improved on their OSR. And with that, let me say thank you, and I appreciate, thank you for listening to me. Asante.
Wow, thank you so much. So there you have it. And as we prepare to listen to some of the key strategic partners, just a quick takeaway point from the presentations that we've had so far. And this one, I'd want to go back to what we started. So very quickly, we have maybe just 2-3 comments. So I'll just pick from the counties represented here. Machakos, somebody from Machakos? Machakos County? Somebody from Machakos County? I'm just using what we used at Machakos County. Just what have you picked from what we have heard in terms of the presentation before we move on? Machakos County? Okay, let me move on. Wajir County, fantastic, number 1. Let's get a microphone. Wajir, okay. Just your take home, something that you've picked from the presentation there. We have Kshs County. Do we have Kshs County? Fantastic, let's have one. And not forget Turkana. Do we have Turkana? Fantastic, okay. Let's have the microphone. Just quick take home points before we move on. So let's start from Turkana. Go ahead, go ahead. Just what stood out for you from the presentations that we just had? Go ahead.
My name is Shemi Kwam from Turkana. I'm the Director for Revenue. What I picked up is there is actually a higher potential for counties. There is a lot that we're not collecting, and we should work hard and meet the potential that we have in our counties.
Mm-hmm. All right, excellent. Thank you so much. The potential, there's a lot indeed. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm called Abdulrahman Adanedo, Chief of Wajir County. I can say like this. From the presentation, I can say, as a county, we must invest on automations so that these leakages of the collection bin disappear, and maybe accountability problems, it will be high. Other thing, maybe enforcements should be enacted and law, so that Africans are not willing to pay everything. Disciplines is too low. Maybe parking fees, SPPs, people are not willing to pay on their own. So enforcement, I can recommend it. Thank you very much.
All right, enforcement.
My director can add something, please.
All right, briefly, go ahead.
I'm also from Wajir. I'm a Director of Revenue. We have learned a lot from the presentations in case of improving tax base in county government. because we are given some more streams, like the parking fees and the issue of the hospital and public fees. The other issue maybe that some of us maybe we don't have is about the valuation role. Some counties we don't have actually valuation role, but in the presentation I can see to update the valuation role. Some of us actually we even don't have the valuation role. It's one of the things that actually will give us to improve our revenue collection. The other issue is about what I have not heard from the presentation, but very important in many counties, is about the legal framework. The legal framework at the county level that will help the enhancement of the collections of the revenue in terms of the enforcement of this collection. Thank you so much.
All right. Final county. All right. Okay.
Good morning, my name is CPA Emily Ongaga. I'm the CC member in charge of finance, Nyamira County. I've learned that we need to specialize on the specific revenue streams that will give us an edge. We also need to have an oversight, a body that is oversighting our actions. I've also learned that having an administration, a central administration for revenue is important, because in Nyamira, I think what we've done is that we have had the revenue streams having been unbundled to departments, so I think that has affected us, so we need to bring it back to a central point. And then we also need to completely automate our systems. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Because of time, we'll move on very quickly to listen to some of the key strategic partners who are here. And to start us off, ladies and gentlemen, please.
He is the co-chair of the Devolution Donor Working Group, working to strengthen the capacity of counties to provide services efficiently, effectively, and with accountability to all citizens, including the poor. He leads several devolution programs at the World Bank, including the Kenya Accountable Devolution Program that has supported the report we are launching today. Please welcome Senior Social Development Specialist at the World Bank, Muratha Kinuthia.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to the MC. I have never been introduced with so much pomp. I almost feel like one of those medieval kings, Muratha, first of his name, father of dragons. Maybe next time I go visit my in-laws, I will take Johnson Mwakazi with me to introduce me. Bona Speaker, Kenyans have evolved from all protocols observed to borrowing protocol. Do you allow me to borrow the protocols that have advanced? So with that, I can leave it at that. I think as you've heard, my name is Muratha. I lead a couple of our programs on devolution, including the Kenya Accountable Devolution Program that has supported this program. I also co-chair the Devolution Donor Working Group together with my colleague Joseph Kimani on that corner from the Embassy of Denmark. So as I speak, I'll be speaking in both those capacities. Also, you know, I'm speaking on behalf of our country director, and sitting on this side, I'm normally on that side as he's speaking, and I'm normally reminded of, was it Dr. Uma Muga, when the late President Arap Moi was speaking, and he was saying, I said that, I'm the one who wrote that. So as I speak today, let me also recognize the team in the World Bank that actually supported this work, and I can see some of them. Naomi, I know Moses Kajubi is not here. I see Carol on that side, Mariam, I think I saw Sarah. So those are the people that have been working. I know we also have Diana and Tina somewhere who have been working very closely with CRA, with National Treasury, with counties on these issues of revenue, and I really want to recognize them. In terms of the Kenya Accountable Devolution Program, we are also financed by the Embassy of Denmark, the United Kingdom, FCDO, that's represented here by Con. If I do not represent them, the check, if I don't mention them, the check will not come. So we recognize you, we are ever loyal. So maybe then coming to my remarks, and I'll try and keep them short because we have quite a lot to go through. The World Bank has been quite a big supporter of devolution, and we're very encouraged by what we see. I think in our current portfolio, we have about a total of $2 billion. That's direct support to counties, and about $3 or so billion that's in projects that are very active at the county level. And I think in this year's budget alone, if I was to say in shillings, I think we have somewhere between 15 to 18 billion shillings. That's conditional grants to counties, and I'll come back to that point a bit later on. And in these partnerships, we've been working very closely also with national level institutions like CRA, and I must say that I'm very proud of the work that CRA is doing. When I look at the institutions that were birthed by the new constitution, the way you've been able to establish yourself as a technical institution, I think over and above the report that we are launching here today, I think you will see in your package there's a lot of other documents that have been produced by CRA, whether that's the county profiles, whether that's the work on inter and intra-county inequalities. CRA has really established itself as a technical institution. I'm also very proud to see bodies like SRC that have similarly done very good work at the technical level. The controller of budget, I was just downloading your recent report on the budget implementation. That's one of my favorite reports. And Bona PS, as we think about the devolution sector working group, as we think about this moment we are in transition, we have such rich data, as you have just heard. You had people quoting the gross county product report that's done by the Bureau of Statistics and that we've supported. I think we need to come together as a devolution sector working group to see how we can better use this data to inform. And that's why I really like that last slide of what can we do about what we've had. And so when you have bodies like the Senate that are charged with oversight of counties, supporting devolution, this kind of data is very useful. And I'm also encouraged, sometimes, when we talk about coordination, there can be a temptation for each institution to want to try and do this on their own. So I'm very encouraged by the collaborative approach that you have taken in doing this report and in the people that you have been able to bring together. And I can assure you that we also, on the development partner side, will also work in that spirit of collaboration. I know we have UNDP here that's working with many of your counties. We have ACT here that's also working with many counties on this agenda, and we want to work with you hand in hand to implement some of this. I think this is a critical conversation on own source revenue, but I think, as you said it, Commissioner Irene, it's about how we finance devolution. And I think in my remarks, that's one of the things I would really want us to think about now as we are getting into the next 5 years of devolution, having gone through 2 terms. How can we better finance devolution? And of course, one route is own source revenue. We have the equitable share, and there's been an ongoing conversation, including in the just concluded electoral period and before that. From our end, as development partners, of course, and government itself, you also have conditional grants. And one thing that struck me, in the slide that you presented on what the county potential is of 216 billion and what the actual collections are, which have averaged at about 31 billion, it was interesting that 31 billion is almost similar, actually, to the average, apart from this year, which is a transition year. If you look at the past 2-3 years, the total donor-funded conditional grants to counties have been more or less at that level. And I think as a country, we have prided ourselves, let me speak as a Kenyan, in being able to wean ourselves off of donor support. And in the same way that at the national level, the donor component is small, it would be good that we are at that 216 and the donor support is at 30 or even less. So that's one area I think that we can look at. I think for us, private sector, that's another area that we need to look at, and PPPs, as we try to see how can we better finance, improve the quality and the quantity of services that we are offering our citizenry. And again, that's another area that we can see how we can work with you. I know one conversation that CRA and ourselves were part of is how do we finance our big cities? We have Nairobi, we have Mombasa, we have Nakuru, we have Kisumu, and who knows what other cities are going to come up. And the kind of resources that are required to deliver urban services. Again, that's a conversation that we need to have. And I think when I see the people around the room, I'm confident that the solutions are there. One thing I can say that I've been happy about this is that many of the programs that I mentioned that we are working with counties are incentive-based, using something we call a program for results. I know in the Kenya Devolution Support Program that was managed by the Ministry of Devolution, one of the performance measures was on counties that are able to increase their revenue. I think at that time we talked about year on year by 10%, and we did see some of that increment, but maybe this is something that we need to discuss with you a lot more as we design the next phase, and I think my colleague Christine is leading on some of that work. Can we think more? Because I think for us, this issue of revenue, and if you talk to many of us, that issue of domestic resource mobilization is a big agenda. How can we have this as a bigger component so that we also reward counties that are able to show an improvement based on their potential? Because it's true that different counties may not all have the same base, but wherever you are, you can be able to improve. And I think this is a conversation that we can have as we design. I think finally, you know, even as we talk about revenue, as a devolution community, we also have to talk about services. Because ultimately, as citizens, we are happier to pay revenues when we see those services. And I can say with devolution, you know, we recently did a study called Making Devolution Work for Service Delivery that was looking at devolution over the past 10 years. We see a lot of improvements in health, whether that's through the number of health facilities, staff, and even actual outcomes, especially in some of the counties that were marginalized. But we also see that areas like agriculture, the financing for agriculture has more or less flatlined. If you look at water, that has also flatlined. So if we can see a commensurate increase as revenues go up to some of these services and actual improvements in services, I think it makes it a lot easier for the revenue people in Wajir County to be able to make that case when they are collecting. You know, I always say, I love, for those of you who know me, I love my good nyama choma. And when I go to the market in Kiseri and I say, when I know how much money is collected in this market, the access to that market should be cleaner, it should be, so that the traders who are there feel much more happier paying for that. And I think it's also what you said with health facilities, is that counties like Nakuru that are ring fencing the facility improvement fund, we are also seeing direct impacts in that area. And of course, accountability, because the more that you are paying, when you feel that you are getting value for money, that money is not being misappropriated, that of course makes us as taxpayers happier to pay. So I think with those words, let me just once again reiterate both the World Bank, but all the partners who are here, including UNCDF that I think not mentioned, we are all committed to walking this journey with you and want to congratulate you once more for this really good piece of work. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much indeed. The spirit of collaboration is needed in financing devolution. Ladies and gentlemen, up next.
She is a seasoned economist with experience spanning over 20 years. She started her career as an economist in the Ministry of Finance, determining the aggregate budget framework and ministerial and sectoral budget ceilings. She worked as a senior economist with the World Bank, covering a broad range of economic development issues. She has also served with other development institutions including Department for International Development (DFID), the European Commission delegation, and as a policy analyst with Kenya's policy think tank, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. Please welcome the Commission on Revenue Allocation Chairperson, Commissioner Dr. Jane Kiringai.
Big round of applause to the chairperson, who will in turn invite the rest of the guest speakers. Karibu sana.
Honorable Speaker of the Senate, FCPA Governor Barasa, so Governor of Kakamega County and the Chair of the Finance Committee of COG, PS, Devolution, my colleague chairpersons and all distinguished guests, good morning. It gives me great joy to be here today, and I think we must give Mwakazi a red card for giving our CVs here in these meetings, but it is okay. Allow me, before I make my remarks, to invite my family. Chapter 15, commissions and other independent offices, we have a caucus where we believe that when we hunt as a pack, we are likely to succeed. So we have a caucus of constitutional commissions and independent offices. And because the chair of our caucus, whom we call the chair of chairs, Mr. Otachi, the chair of the National Land Commission, is our current chair, I'll invite him to just sort of tell you what we do. But before he comes, I'll invite those that are representing the caucus here today, maybe to just stand up and wave, because I do see a number of commissioners and chairpersons. I see Christine, those that are representing CCs and IOs, whether it's your chairperson, and we did adopt the IGRTC. So they are now one of our stepsisters. So kindly just stand and wave as I invite our chair to just give a few remarks, and then we take it from there. Yes. So those are the commissions that are represented here, but the chair can actually come and take that segment of this meeting. Very good.
The Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kingi, may I, as a predecessor did, request that I borrow the protocols with your permission. All guests present, it's my pleasure to stand here before you on behalf of the caucus of chairs of constitutional commissions and holders of independent offices. That is the Chapter 15 commissions and independent offices. As has been indicated by my colleague, the chair of CRA, we have this caucus that was established over 10 years ago by the inaugural chairs under the 2010 Constitution, and we've been engaging robustly together over the years. I also have the pleasure to point out that my predecessor in this position as chair of chairs was none other than Chair Jane Kiringai, who steered the caucus very well, and we owe a lot to her. So I was also happy to hear from the World Bank representative that there is recognition of the good job that the commissions are doing. He pointed out that we're proud of the work that CRA has been doing, SRC, and I hope that we are all in the same basket, including National Land Commission, including the other chairs that we have here today. We have also the chair of the Law Reform Commission, and many others who are representing the commissions. So I thank you very much for the opportunity. CRA, indeed, you've done a wonderful job. We were here, I think, about 3 months ago in July at the launch of the fact sheets, the county fact sheets. And many of us who are not regularly engaged in these activities were very happy to learn a lot. And today, at the launch of this report, we congratulate CRA for the wonderful job. And as we have these discussions as commissions, we celebrated our 10th anniversary as a caucus in April of this year. And some of the observations we made about the journey we have traveled under the new constitution applies to the commissions as well as it does to the counties in the context of devolution. And when he had occasion to meet with the Council of Governors in Mombasa at induction about a month ago, we were reflecting together on the journey traveled by all of us under the new constitution, about 10 years or so, and the challenges that we have faced and the lessons that we have learned. And what we are discussing today and what we discussed in July in the context of CRA contains a lot about the lessons learned. What lessons have the counties learned over time? And from the lessons learned, what is the way forward? What do we pick and how can we evolve from there? So those are my very few remarks. Once again, thank you very much. And I congratulate you for this event, and we wish you very well. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Chair. So this is a great day for us as we deliver on one of these key mandates. And the last IBEC we had, which was in May, our president, William Ruto, who was then the deputy president, had this to say because OSR was on the agenda. And allow me to quote him, because at that IBEC, he said, OSR is a sleeping giant. And this is time, in the new dispensation, it's time to awaken the sleeping giant. If there's a number we must take away today, it is 216 billion shillings against 31 billion shillings. That says a lot. And imagine, even if we don't really reduce the equitable share that every county gets, if you add 216 billion shillings to the current 370 billion that counties get in form of equitable share, we're talking about in excess of $500 billion shillings for financing devolution. That can have a huge catalytic developmental impact. We have talked a lot about our city counties, our urban counties struggling. And in terms of fiscal responsibility principles, we, and I guess all the PFM institutions, have argued here severally that our counties are not meeting their fiscal responsibility principles. One, they're spending in excess of 35% of their revenue on salaries. Nairobi, for example, spends in excess of 50% of their revenues on wages. If you turn that logic on its head and argue that Nairobi can collect in excess of 50 billion shillings, this would mean that with a stroke of a pen, Nairobi is no longer struggling to adhere to their fiscal responsibility principles. And if you look at a lot of counties that argue that they inherited a lot of municipalities with huge liabilities, these are the same counties that have the potential to generate a lot more revenue. So it is so much easier for them to exceed or meet all the legal requirements or the PFM requirements as articulated in the PFM Act, where they need to spend over 30% of their revenues on development. Nairobi spends about 15%. And I want to say it's not a name and shame report. It is really a report that is really sort of giving you the true north. Where should we aim to go? It's not name and shame. It's really telling you as county governments, where or what can we do? How can we take our country forward? So Nairobi currently spends only 15% of their revenues on development. But you can imagine if they now get into best practice, what that would mean in terms of the development and the development that it can lock in our cities. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me actually say that we are launching this report in the backdrop of a very tight fiscal situation. I think it's all clear to us that it's going to be much, much harder in the medium term to get additional resources to allocate to both levels of government. It is time, in our view, to look within before the economy recovers from the current drought, which is affecting actually the entire Horn, the war in Ukraine, and the lagging effects of COVID-19. So looking within is going to be so important for counties to help you smooth your spending as we readjust our fiscal deficit. But the good news is what we are bringing today in this report, that indeed you can look within and find the resources that will require to learn your recurrent spending. This, in my view, is a good news that we are bringing today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share some of the perspectives that we have learned in our last 6 years of our tour of duty. And I want to say this is probably the last major report that we will launch before we exit the commission later this year. What have we learned? And this I will give particularly to Governor Balaza, that besides all the things you plan to do, automate, put aboard, what's going to be most important, and what we have observed, what's going to be important is the tone at the top. What signal is the governor sending? What are you telling your revenue officers? What are you telling your citizens? The tone at the top is going to be most important. This is what we observed over the last 5 years for counties that have been able to improve their own revenues significantly. And allow me to single out Laikipia because I know the governor was very clear in setting up his revenue board, giving them targets. He set the light tone at the top, which saw that county increase their revenue from half of 500 million to close to $1 billion. So what you take away to your governor, if he wants to help you as revenue officers or CCs for finance, is he has to set the right tone at the top. That is the most significant pillar in this journey of enhancing your revenue. The other thing we have learned is that property taxes are important. And like you saw from the presentation, we are only tinkering at the margin in correcting what we could in form of property taxes. But what's going to be important is that your variation rules are updated. We all know, for example, what's happening in Upper Hill. We all pay rates based on the value of those properties in the RAETs. So a property that is worth billions is currently paying rates at the value of maybe about 100 million. So this is important, but it is very difficult. We know that those who have tried are usually taken to court. That if you try today to use the new variation law, probably someone will take you to court. But we learned something interesting from Germany. How can you take a first step towards updating your property rules? And what they did in the city of Bahrain is they agreed they would have a revenue neutral property valuation or updating their values, but also taking the citizens along. So maybe a revenue neutral where you argue, I want to know the right value, but you can continue paying rates at the current position. That probably gives you resistance, and you are less likely to be taken to court. So updating your variation laws is going to be important. Very difficult politically, but it's going to be another very critical pillar in this journey. The third thing that we learned is that incentives matter. Incentives matter a lot. And in the last two formulas for sharing revenue, or the basis for sharing revenue, we had a small parameter, a competitive parameter that the more a county corrected year on year, the more they got from the equitable share. That was so catalytic. When we had that parameter, governors used to call me at the end of the year and tell me, I think Control of Budget has not reported our revenues correctly. We collected a lot more than that. Governors would call and ask, Chair, I'm number what in terms of revenue effort? Those were regular calls. Sadly, Governor Kingi, we lost that in the last Senate. We lost that incentive parameter, and we can see there was laxity now setting in. It is our prayer and our hope that the fourth Senate, in determining the fourth basis, would bring those incentives to correct revenue back. Just make it competitive, that there is a reward when counties correct more, they can get more. So incentives matter, and we can actually urge you, even at the county level, create incentives either for your revenue boards, if you have them, and if not, you can come up with a mechanism of putting in place the light incentive. The other thing we have learned is that, okay, I know the presenters talked about best practice, but we don't have a one-size-fits-all best practice. We have learned that in some counties, revenue boards will work. In some other counties, a revenue board may be too expensive given the level of taxes they can collect. So in such cases, they may just wish to reform their revenue departments and automate. So it is important maybe working with the PFM institutions that are here, because we have partners, to help, we are ready to work with you and sort of show what works given your dispensation, given your level. If your county corrects 200 million, clearly a revenue board will not work. It's going to cost a lot more than 200 million to set up a revenue board. So counties are different, and it is important that you discover what really would work for my country, for my county, that is. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, there's been clamor, I don't know if it's still there. In the last season, there was a clamor to have one integrated revenue management system. We have learned that the first thing a governor does when they come into office is throw out the previous revenue system and put in a new one. And that we have so many types of revenue systems currently working in counties. We have also learned that the level of automation varies. In one county, they will have one system that only collects parking fees, and everything else is not corrected. So this is, the automation space is diverse, it's varied. And perhaps Governor Barasa, as the chair of this important committee at the COG, I think this is an important conversation as we begin in the next season. Should we have one revenue system for all counties? Should we, or maybe even use the Kenya Revenue Authority, which Nairobi County throughout? There's a lot of work that has been done by the CRA, by the COG, and together with all PFM institutions, and we have a recommendation. It is our prayer again, Governor Barasa, that the COG can start this conversation and really see this is something that we can do that will bring coherence and order in this very complex automation of county governments. Allow me to conclude with a quote from Robert Hart, and I'll quote, that taxation is the price which civilized communities pay for the opportunity to remain civilized. That taxation is the price which civilized communities pay for the opportunity to remain civilized. That you can take away, and you can put that, it will be the price that your counties, your citizens are willing to pay to see development and civilization at the county level. So thank you very much. We're happy to have this conversation. And maybe before I sit, allow me to invite FCPA, Badan Nogo, who is representing the PS Treasury, to also give us some perspectives from the lens of the National Treasury. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair of the CRA, the Speaker, Senate, the PS Devolution, Governor Kakamega, who is also the Chair of the Finance Committee and the Council of Governors, the Chairs of other constitutional commissions and independent offices, and the members, my fellow colleagues from the county governments. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Bernard Dungu. I have not been introduced with a lot of flowery language like the others, and for good reason. I'm the Director General, Accounting Service and National Treasury. I also manage the Exchequer, and that may explain why I'm not the most popular person. Today, I have been asked by my PS, who is engaged somewhere else, to just make a few remarks on today's engagement. And if you allow me then, I'll start by reading his remarks. I am delighted to join you this morning for the launch of the comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax study, which was spearheaded by the Commission on Revenue Allocation in collaboration with the National Treasury, the Office of the Controller of Budget, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the Council of Governors. This launch comes at such an opportune time when we are ushering in the new leadership, both at the national and the county governments. If you want to say, or you want to reflect in another way, if you count in multiples of 10, we are now started our second phase of devolution. Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably one of the very value-adding outputs from the CRA, even when I was sitting there, because it now gives a very firm basis when the new administration and the county governments are forming their revenue estimates. Addressing the issue of the optimal revenue mobilization requires interventions and consultations by the Commission, the CRA, the county governments, and other stakeholders. As you are aware, the Constitution and the Public Finance Management mandates the Commission to define and enhance the revenue sources of the national and county governments, as well as formulating relevant policies and enhancing revenue sources. The data reviewed shows that actual county own source revenues has been increasing over the years. However, it is way below the targets, and the targets, or even the estimates that are done by the counties themselves, and of course, from what you are shown there, way below the potential. Even with the improvement on their own source revenues, some counties continue to have unrealistic own revenue projections, which ultimately leads to underperformance. And from our engagements, we believe that this is one of the reasons why we have mounting pending bills at the counties, because you have allowed the expenditures to continue based on a false premise for the revenue estimates. Therefore, as National Treasury, we feel excited that this study has finally been completed and we have the launch today. I'm aware that the study will help counties to have firm basis upon which they can set their own source revenues going forward for the next 5 years, 10 years. This study will help the county governments expand their fiscal space and therefore enhancing their service delivery. Having alluded to that, may you allow me now to also quickly underscore a few other initiatives that are going also to support this initiative. Number one, the National Treasury, with the collaboration of the relevant stakeholders, are coordinating the implementation of the national policy to support the enhancement of county governments' own source revenues. This national policy seeks to increase efficiency in collection and administration of the county government own source revenues. The county government's revenue releasing process bill is already in Parliament. It was approved by the Cabinet in January 2022, and together with the policy have been submitted to Parliament for enactment. This is one of the instruments that is going to formalize this whole business about own source revenues, and I think now we are at a stage where the new Parliament now, and I'm happy to see the Speaker of the Senate here, that this is one of the things that you can do to be able to move this agenda forward. Once this law is enacted, the legislation will play an important role in regulating the manner in which counties introduce or vary fees and charges. Number two, the National Rating Bill 2022. The National Treasury, in consultation with the Ministry of Roads and Fiscal Planning, has developed the National Rating Bill 2022. This bill has gone through the first reading in Parliament, in the National Assembly. It is expected that once the bill is enacted into law, county governments will enact their own property rating rules, aligning them to this national rule. The bill gives a very clear framework through which the contribution in lieu of rates will be paid. The National Treasury, through the Interagency Committee, is currently working on the framework for resolving the outstanding amounts to the county governments. Number 3, the framework for sharing of mineral royalties. The National Treasury, in consultation with the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, has developed a draft framework for sharing of mineral royalties among the national and county governments. The National Treasury presented the framework to the Attorney General for gazettement in order to provide for implementation. The Attorney General has advised that there is need for the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining to first develop regulations to the Mining Act before the framework can be gazetted. The National Treasury is following up this with the relevant ministry. And number 4, on the integration or the automation of the county revenue system. It is indeed true what the chair said, that a committee was formed, or a task force, between the relevant stakeholders, the National Treasury, the CRA, and other relevant stakeholders, including the Council of Governors, to study and come up with the best way to have a common integrated county revenue management system. The technical teams have finished their work, and as we speak, we are now just waiting at a final meeting with the leaderships of the institutions to take to adopt one of the recommendations that have been put forward. In general, the committee has identified 2 or 3 counties that have done very well in terms of the automation, including Kakamega, and the proposal is to either adopt one of those systems and then scale it up to all the other counties at the cost of, by the National Treasury, or to have a completely new system, including the one that is being developed by KRA for Nairobi County. So the technical teams have made their observations, and now they are waiting for the leaderships to be able to guide on the next steps. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to thank the Commission on the Revenue Allocation and all the institutions and individuals who are involved in this exercise for a job very well done. It is my expectation that the county governments will utilize the findings of the study in enhancing their own source revenues towards actualizing their potential. Thank you, and God bless you. These are the remarks by our PS, Dr. Julius Moya. Chair, if you allow me, then I will just compliment that and say that I have been at the Treasury the last almost 8 years, actually 9 years, and we have moved together with the county governments from the first sharing that we disbursed down to the equitable share, and we've interacted a lot. On a daily basis, we have a page where we interact with the CCs on what is happening, and even when we are doing the disbursements. In addition, I do coordinate from my office the reporting by all the government entities on the financial reporting, both on a quarterly basis and also on an annual basis. We have analyzed these revenues, I think, together your teams, and we have seen among the 16 categories and across the 10 years. And this is a good thing that we have now coming to a very decisive point that we have statistics on actuals and per each category. And these figures are also audited by the Auditor General. Therefore, we have numbers that we can work with for the last 10 years or so. It is sometimes surprising that you see in certain years, you see a county going down in terms of revenue collection, then you wonder what is happening. The economic activities are going down, up, yet the revenue collection is going down. The potential is there. What we did not have is now what you can call a scientific study, which is now CRI has developed. And you have expanded from the previous study now to what we have, all the 16 or 15 or 16 streams of the revenue collection. Probably then the counties is where you start with your new leadership, especially those who are in charge of preparing the budgets. that you start from this, and then you see year on year basis, how much are you able to move towards this revenue potential? And and I like the challenge you gave to the Ministry of Devolution, return the incentive. And therefore, the incentive now should be based on the actual vis-a-vis the potential. Because I discovered along the way, counties became clever. And they started understating their revenue estimates so that they can earn the 2% or so. That will not happen again because now we have the numbers. It will be your actuals versus the potential as read out by this scientific report. I strongly recommend that we return that parameter and we make it even higher, because then that will provide the necessary incentive. My senior FCPA Baraza, now that you are there, you are very well respected in the profession. This business about automation is the TOR that we donate to you today. Run with it, so that you have made a lot of impact in the profession in other fields. Now from where we are, we have given you TOR number 1 that help us automate the revenue collection in the county governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dongo. For the new CECs for finance, the two people you must know and keep very close to you is Mr. Dongo and the controller of budget. So please, make sure you have a business card and make sure you see him before you leave. It is now my pleasure to welcome the PS Devolution to come and give us his remarks. Let's welcome with a warm.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, I want to recognize the protocols that we have here. Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, His Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega, Fernandez Barasa, the Chair of IGRTC, Bwana Muratha Kinuthia of World Bank, development partners who are here, the commissioners of independent bodies, and all protocols observed. Good morning again. I think for me, I want to be like a politician. When you get a platform, you may want to clear some air. So maybe today, let me try and clear some air. I think we know the government is being formed. There have been pronouncements, particularly at the executive level, where ministers have been nominated or named, and now they're going through the motions of clearance. And notably, I think in the new structure, devolution was very silent. And it raised a lot of speculations, a lot of talk, and saying that this government is, or this administration is sort of going back. Others rejoiced based on misconceptions, saying that, oh, the Ministry of Devolution is not necessary, it has been doing devolved work, or it is superintending on counties. And so those are the two misconceptions that many people were talking about. So the reality is that Ministry of Devolution is going to be around. The name may change a bit, but the functions will be there. The other thing that I just want also to state is that the placement this time will be right, because we all know that the structures of intergovernmental are at the presidency. That is the summit, which is the caucus between governors and the president, is at the presidency. IBEC, which talks about issues of economy, budgeting and everything, is at the office of the deputy president. So the natural home for devolution then is at the presidency. And I think pronouncement has been made that the deputy president will be responsible for intergovernmental relations, and that is where devolution falls in. So it will continue performing its services, that is encouraging cooperative intergovernmental relations between the national and the county government. That is that is one of our major functions as Ministry of Devolution. We will also be continue coordinating the implementation of devolution policy. And as we are talking now, we're in the process of developing the second generation policy That will draw from lessons learned in the first 10 years and look at how we can advance devolution in the next era. And our main objective in this era, we're saying, is to accelerate the gains of devolution. The other function will continue to be supporting devolution, devolved government units to deliver on the services that were devolved. So, but we're not doing devolution work because the Constitution is very clear. But we support the devolved government units to be able to do their mandates very well. We will also continue to encourage and promote experience sharing so that when one county is doing very well, we should also encourage others and show cases of best practice in devolution. So again, devolution is there to stay. It will continue providing support, but not carrying out the functions of devolution. I thought I should clear the air, Honorable Speaker. I know in your other capacity, we worked very well. And you saw the kind of programs that we delivered. He has a super hospital that we worked together through KDSP and at the source also. A sound revenue system for counties is a critical prerequisite for success of fiscal decentralization in Kenya. Local revenue performance is essential for creating fiscal space for local development needs. Adequate mobilization of on-source revenue is key for improved provision of services, and I think has been alluded to that citizens don't mind paying, but they only want to see that the money that they pay is translating to good services, good development, and improved environment where they're going to enjoy. So this will also lead to increased employment, eradication of poverty, as well as overall achievement of the development goals. Strengthening the OSR mobilization allows county governments to have a greater ownership and control over their own development agenda, and has the potential to foster political and administrative accountability of county officials to their constituents. And I think, as has been said by the chair, is that the focus has mainly been on the transferable revenue to the detriment of also expanding the on source so that we can be able to do more as administrations. Based on the report of the Office of the Controller Budget carried out, that is in the year 2020-21, I think, as has been said again, is that the amount collected by counties is way below the potential of what was the target. And now with the potential having been enumerated, then you're looking at what is being collected is way below 30%, which I think gives us a huge room for a scope to operate from. Over the years, counties have been collecting less than, I think, 30%, as I've said, of their estimated revenue potential. Counties with higher economic diversification collect more on-source revenue compared to counties with lower economic diversification. It is paramount then that counties, to realize their full potential in revenue collection, they need to see how they can expand their macroeconomics or economies. It is important to note that strong revenue systems for counties is critical prerequisite for the success of fiscal decentralization as envisaged in the Constitution. Indeed, adequate and sustained mobilization of on-source revenue is key to improved provision of services, as I have said earlier, increased employment, and also ensuring that we're able to expand or accelerate the development in our countries. So in the current constrained economic situation, globally and locally, on-source revenue growth will caution the country from increasing public debt burden that is currently threatening the fiscal and socioeconomic well-being of our country. It is on this note that I urge counties to develop initiatives to expand their resource base so as to enable them handle the huge pending bills which are really affecting the economic development of the counties, And as has been clearly outlined by Ndungu, is that it is on the basis of these ambitious targets or collecting below the potential that now creates the pending bills that we are seeing, because we are approving expenditure beyond what we are able to raise and also what we are receiving from the shareable revenue. So each county, of course, has its own unique challenges. Studies undertaken in previous periods highlight various challenges facing counties in OSR generation. Key among them is over-reliance on the transfers from the national government, which has led to complacency and an inefficient revenue collection and management system. So these challenges requires clear policy and legislative interventions. Counties require to have a paradigm shift to appreciate that over-dependence on the shareable revenue will continue to cause fiscal stress and in some cases political consequences. I think I don't need to say much on that, because when you promise, when you're coming in and you're not able to deliver, the citizens will also decide and change. So that is where now we need to see how to diversify revenue so that we are able to meet the promises that we give to the citizens. Independence of county governments to determine the level and pace of their local development will depend on the extent to which a county has developed their OSR. Today, we are gathered here then to receive the latest report from CRA on OSR in counties, and I think we've seen the potential that is there. It's based on a study that investigated each county's own revenue potential in order to demonstrate that the leadership, goodwill, and commitment counties can generate, that is, to demonstrate that with leadership, goodwill, and commitment, counties can generate more revenue and accelerate overall development and improve the socio-economic well-being of the citizens. I challenge us all to consider the recommendations in this report as actions that should be immediately mainstreamed into our plans as counties and budgets so as to accelerate performance of devolution in the third cycle. And I think, as I've said, the theme of the third, or actually for us we say the second generation, the second era of devolution is accelerating devolution performance. We've had lessons, we've seen successes, we've seen mistakes, and now we want to see how we can leverage on those successes, as well as also correcting on the mistakes that we've done, so that we can now accelerate in the next era of devolution the performance, so that citizens can enjoy what they intended when they passed the constitution that we have. So specifically, there is need for counties, one, to implement county-specific interventions aligned to their OSRs, and I think the chair has actually outlined a number of things that needs to be done. Automation, and then revenue boards where it is necessary, so that you are able to monitor and be able to see the growth in that area. The area of incentives, I think this is something that we will discuss. I know in our new policy that we are developing, that is an area that we are also looking at, so that we can put it as a part of the policy. So monitor, number two, that is on what the counties needs to do. Two is to monitor and assess local revenue performance regularly to assist in designing effective and efficient policies. And three, undertake revenue reforms that enhance OSR to reduce dependence or to complement what received from the shareable revenue. And number four is that as we do and we move towards improving OSR collection, let's be very careful that it doesn't also affect the ease of doing business. Because when you engage with the private sector, and in my life, I think the moderator forgot to say who I am. My first engagement in government was working on ease of doing business. So whenever I see there is a clawback in that area, I try to speak out. So yes, let's look for more money. but let it not worsen the ease of doing business or increase the cost of doing business, because businesses are what complement the jobs that government is able to generate. And that is where the role of government is just to create a conducive environment for business. So yes, OSR is good, but conducive business environment is also very important. I wish to assure you that the ministry, and in particularly the national government, is committed to continue supporting every initiative that will enable counties achieve their sustainable financial independence through increased OSR. Finally, I want to thank the CRA and its partners, including the World Bank, for undertaking the study and preparing this report that we are launching here today. We appreciate and recommend all partners in devolution who have committed themselves and worked with the government to ensure devolution works. Let us remain focused on this noble task. We have built the primary pillars of devolution, but are yet to achieve the full benefits envisaged as in the Constitution. So we are far from attaining the levels of quality of devolved services desired by our citizens, and that's why we need to continue working and focusing on it. It is our mutual calling to ensure that we deliver for the citizens of Kenya. And finally, as I finish, is that we are in the process of developing the second era of devolution policy, and I think already we have started engaging. We have retained the services of some experts, particularly those who have the historical understanding of devolution, and they may have already engaged with you. The focus, as I've said, is one of the focus areas we are looking at is the OSR. And then we also, together with the support from World Bank, we have now started what we're calling Devolution Sector Working Group. This is an area, this is a caucus where we bring together all of us in the devolution, counties, national government, development partners, everybody, so that we can now see how do we take devolution, how do we advance it, how do we accelerate the performance. And the thematic areas that we have established under this is focusing on policy implementation and development. We are looking at IGR, that is intergovernmental relations, then issues of planning and budget, where OSR now falls in squarely. And then we are talking about budget execution, particularly to ensure that there is fiscal discipline and in the way we spend, and then issues of coordination and performance measure. How do we have a uniform measure where we are able to gauge all the counties or in terms of performance and outcomes? So thank you so much. Again, I want to congratulate CRA for this very great work, and we want to assure that we will continue working together. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, PS. Let's appreciate him in a big way. And I think, PS, I want to give you the assurance that we saw that one of the most important revenue streams is outdoor advertising. You'll agree with me that outdoor advertising, if we correct revenue from outdoor advertising, is a win-win. It's promoting the private sector, but making sure that the money goes to the county revenue fund. So that's a win-win, if we could just focus on that one. Allow me then to invite FCPA, Governor Ferdinand Barasa, also the chair of the Finance Committee of the COG, we've talked a lot about why don't we, they say that the wearer of the shoe is the one who knows where it pinches. So we can invite you, Governor Barasa, to give us the perspectives. And we also take this opportunity to congratulate you for just winning at a very growing campaign. Karibu sana. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, the Chair of CRA, the Speaker of Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, the PS Devolution, my good friend Julius Coril, the PS National Treasury represented by FCPA Ndungu, chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions present here today, the World Bank representative, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today I'm very excited to join you on this auspicious occasion when we are officially launching a report on on-source revenue and the tax gap. This is a report that has come at an opportune time when counties are now setting up their third generation CIDPs. I know there's been pressure from the national government in terms of the equitable share. And I want to appreciate the Commission on Revenue Allocation and its partners for giving us this report. I know the objective of the report, as has been highlighted, was just to analyze the potential of counties to collect their own source revenue. And I'm very excited that now we have an opportunity, at least, to mitigate the challenges we've had on putting pressure on national government in terms of releasing money. Yesterday I had a cabinet meeting with my CECs, and I was just talking about issues around on-source revenues in generic terms. I'm very excited that now we have the numbers. We know the potential of counties, especially the fact that we can raise over 200 billion Kenya shillings. That is something that I'll push through with my fellow governors. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides the devolution of power, resources, service delivery, representation to the local levels. This can only be realized through adequate resourcing to enable performance of the devolved functions. And I know we have always had a challenge when we talk about the fiscal discipline. We talk about resources, at least following functions. Now we have a solution because this report will definitely help us to address some of the fiscal discipline principles. It is without doubt that our counties have immense potential to raise revenue from own sources to supplement the equitable share of revenues raised from the exchequer. County governments have increased revenue collections over the past 6 years. In the last financial year, from the numbers we've had for the last 2021-22 financial year, counties have generated actually 35 billion Kenya shillings from their own resources. This represents 59% of the annual target of 60 billion Kenya shillings, and is an improvement from 35 billion OSRs generated in the last financial year. Further analysis of on-source revenue as a proportion of the annual revenue target in the last financial year indicated that 4 counties achieved their set annual targets. That is Turkana, representing 113%, Migori County, representing 110%, Lamu County, representing 105%, and Vihiga 101%. An improvement in counties OSR's performance at the time the economy is recovering from the slump occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic is a demonstration of reliance and resilience and ability that our counties have and the potential we have, which I'm sure after this report is going to be unlocked fully. Despite the improvement in OSRS collection recorded over the last 6 years, the full potential of counties to raise revenue from the on-source revenues is yet to be realized. There's therefore need to diversify our resources, and I'm happy to note that now we have our resources moving from 6 revenue streams at 15 revenue streams. Enhanced on-source revenue collections not only improves the fiscal autonomy of county governments, but also ensures improved ability to provide various public goods and services to citizens, effective governance, eradicate poverty, and achieve the county's development objectives and goals. To demonstrate our support towards enhanced on-source revenue collections in the counties, the Council of Governors in the last 2 financial years has coordinated with support from development partners, UNCDF, and the World Bank, the Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment Tool, and also revenue enhancement action plans, which have really been very important in supporting the collection of revenues. So far, in counties that have assessed their training of officers, we have Isiolo, Kisumu, Garissa County, Kilifi, Makueni, Wajir, Narok, Busia, Mombasa, and Nairobi. The Council commits to continue supporting the initiative through assessments and implementation of the revenue enhancement action plans. It is important to note that Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Forum, IBEC, during the 17th ordinary session, approved the Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment Tool to be carried out in the remaining 36 counties in this financial year as a way of addressing weaknesses and gaps in OSRS and administrative capacity in the county governments in order to enhance revenue generation and improve on accountability. Additionally, the Council of Governors, together with the partners UNDC and UNCDF, have coordinated the implementation of the infrastructure asset management in 9 counties, which are pilot projects, and these include Kakamega, Kisumu, Laikipia, Nakuru, Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Bungoma, Migori, and Makueni. As I address you this morning, we have just concluded the infrastructure asset management diagnostic assessment in all the 9 county governments. These assessments will facilitate the development of county-specific capacity development programs and interventions to enhance revenue generation and proper management of infrastructure assets. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the findings and recommendations of this on-source revenue potential and tax gap study report, the Council of Governors is advancing reforms in the following areas: supporting on-source revenue legal framework. And this is an area that I call upon our National Assembly and the Senate to fast-track the legal framework so that the additional 9 revenue streams have a legal backing for us to facilitate revenue collection. Of course, without compromising on service delivery. The other area that we are wanting to focus on is automation of revenue collections and management to help stem leakages. This is an area that I cannot overemphasize, but I want to assure you are going to have a conversation with my colleagues so that we see how we can even standardize the revenue collection systems, borrowing from the best practice in order to enhance OSRS revenue collections. Another important area that we are looking at is capacity building of county officers on revenue enhancement and management. Again, I want to appreciate the support that we have received from the World Bank on capacity building, and we are looking forward for the same support. Areas of empowerment of revenue officers and revenue boards in the county governments, we're also focusing on that. Supporting the development of revenue enhancement action plans is another area. Capacity building and training, and focusing largely on revenue targeting and forecasting. Looking at the potential that we have, I want to assure you that county governments are going to take advantage of the potential that we have. I know it has been talked about in generic terms, but with the potential of collecting over 200 billion Kenya shillings, that is something that we are going to fast track. We are going to set the tone from the top. As the governor of Kakamega, you can be sure in the next report, our revenue collection will be doing over 50% from 11%. I would like to assure you of my support and that of the Council of Governors and continued collaboration on this noble cause of unlocking the potential of counties to generate more revenue. I urge the Commission to work very closely with the Council of Governors to follow through the implementation of the recommendations of this report. I know once properly implemented, the issue of the fiscal discipline principles, we are going to address the challenges of having to focus on revenue sources, because I know governors have always looked at the national treasury, but I want to appreciate the CRA for giving us an opportunity so that we can exploit our potential. As I conclude, I want to congratulate CRA and the partners for spearheading this noble report and process, as of course counties focus on the development agenda through the third generation county integrated plans. And I'm very sure that this report is going to help us to implement our mandates. With those many remarks, I want to thank you, and also just want to reiterate the fact that indeed, as said by the chair of CRA, on-source revenue is a sleeping giant, and it's the highest time that you awaken the giant. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Governor Barasa, and I can echo PS devolution that if you want to build a state-of-the-art hospital, you can actually go and benchmark in Kilifi. Kilifi has one of the really beautiful hospitals. I don't know if it's a level 4 or level 5, but there's a place to benchmark right there for you, Governor Barasa, if you so wish. I think this is the moment we've been waiting for, and it is my joy this moment to invite the Speaker of the Senate to give us the keynote address. And Speaker Kingi is no stranger to us, having served for 10 straight years as the governor of Kilifi County. And at the council, while he was a governor, he served as the chair of the legal committee at the Council of Governors. And I think during that tenure, they were able to push in a lot of milestones. He is a distinguished lawyer by profession and is a member of the Law Society of Kenya. I think for those who may not know, our Speaker of the Senate is an alumni of Alliance High School. At the age of 32, he became one of the youngest cabinet secretaries and held 3 portfolios as a cabinet minister. He was a minister for the East African Cooperation. He has also been a cabinet secretary, a minister of fisheries. He has been a minister for industrialization, and you'll agree with me, we probably have a distinguished speaker at the Senate, and the Senate is a key ally or a sister institution of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Kindly join me in welcoming the Speaker, Honorable Kingi to give us a keynote address.
Thank you, Chair. I've never been introduced that way. So, though not with the voice of my brother Mwakazi, but you've done a good job. Dr. Jane Kiringai, the chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, the other CRA commissioners present here, the entire devolution family, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Allow me to register my sincere appreciation for the invitation to attend this very important event. I also wish to say on my own behalf and on behalf of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya to commend CRA for convening today's launch of the comprehensive on-source revenue, potential and tax gaps study report. This study, undertaken by CRA with the support of World Bank, is a remarkable milestone and couldn't have come at a better time like now. It has coincided with other significant political developments in the history of our nation. We have just concluded elections and inaugurations that have ushered in a new political dispensation and leaderships, both at the county level and at the national level. Fresh administrative and leadership teams are being installed in both levels as Kenyans look up in anticipation of changes that will hopefully transform their lives for the better. It is against this exciting backdrop that today we launch the OSR study report. Ladies and gentlemen, Article 299 of the Constitution vests in the county governments the powers to raise revenue by imposing taxes and charges for services delivered. This provides counties with an additional source of revenue over and above the equitable share and conditional grants that fund the activities of the devolved units. For the last decade of devolution, collection of OSR has been a game of hit and misses for the counties. In many instances, stagnating at between 9 to 12% of the total county budgets as captured in the county budgets. Matters took a downward spiral in 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic wave across our land hit our land, forcing lockdowns and curfews. This global pandemic dealt a crippling blow to small businesses, enterprises, services, and other business entities in our counties, in effect, constraining income generation from the bulk of OSR streams. Inevitably, the situation heightened county government's reliance on financing from the national government, not only in mounting responses to the pandemic, but also for their own survival. While the pandemic is to a great extent contained and is somewhat behind us, the situation is yet to normalize for most counties. On-source revenue streams largely remain below optimal levels, as it has been demonstrated by the report. This suboptimal trend or performance created the need for concerted efforts by all stakeholders to interrogate and get fresh insights into how OSR could be enhanced and reinvigorated to bolster county government's financial standing. I wish to commend CRA for spearheading the quest in this regard, culminating in the publication we are launching today. The study and report presents a raft of recommendations which seek to shore up revenue collection in the counties. In my view, these proposals should elicit a paradigm shift in the way the matter of OSR is handled going forward. It is imperative, ladies and gentlemen, to emphasize that OSR remains a key feature of any bid to insulate counties against perennial cash shortfalls triggered by near absolute reliance on shared revenue from the national coffers. Indeed, as the report postulates, county governments have the potential to collect 216 billion Kenya shillings annually from their key revenue streams from the current 31 billion. Urban counties, in particular, can raise adequate revenue to cover their operations and ease the burden of our national treasury if they apply the best practice in revenue collection. It is my considered view that OSR might just be the magic bullet we have all along desired in order to give revenue collection and financial management in counties a new lease of life and have more resources reserved for improved service delivery and development. This event provides an excellent opportunity for all stakeholders in the devolution space to receive and examine the findings contained in this report, which will constitute a useful guide in a national discussion on matters on source revenue. Consequently, the relevance of the OSR potential estimates is to provide realistic parameters and figures for setting OSR targets, which will inform subsequent budgeting processes. My commitment to CRA is that the Senate will play its due role to ensure all needed legislations by counties in exercising powers under Article 299, 209, and 210 of the Constitution to impose, vary, or waive taxes, fees, levies, and other charges will be enacted. As a country, we should aspire to entrench financial autonomy in our devolved units and cap the heavy reliance on the exchequer. This will accord the National Treasury space to direct resources to other critical national obligations, such as responding to emergency situations facing sections of our population and taking care of the huge debt burden and other emergent situations. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to invite you to join me in a reflective journey on a matter that I believe is similarly timely, more so as the Fourth Senate of the 13th Parliament gets down to its business in the wake of its official opening by His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto on the 29th September 2022. It has been 10 years since our country reverted to a devolved system of governance. A key feature of this development was the creation of the 47 devolved units, or counties, which have helped take significant resources, essential services, and development closer to the Kenyan people than ever before. Article 96 of the Constitution accords the Senate of the Republic of Kenya unfettered jurisdiction over the affairs of the 47 counties and their governments, besides discharging other critical national roles required of it as part of the bicameral parliament. In a nutshell, the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect their interests. It participates in the lawmaking function of Parliament by considering, debating, and approving bills concerning counties as provided for in Article 109 and 113, determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217, and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. This follows, therefore, that all matters touching on devolution, including the way counties undertake financial management for the benefit of Kenyans, must at all times receive thorough consideration of the Senate, which then makes decisions and interventions as required of it by the Constitution and other applying laws. The Commission on Revenue Allocation is one of the commissions and independent offices rightly christened as the Chapter 15 institutions that stand out for their key role in actualizing devolution. Set up under Article 215 of the Constitution, CRA has its roles clearly spelled out in Article 2016, which inter alia involve making recommendations concerning the basis for the equitable sharing of revenue raised by the national government between the national government and county governments and among county governments. That is the vertical and horizontal sharing. The Commission also makes recommendations on matters touching on the financing and financial management by county governments as guided by the criteria set under Article 2031. Finally, the Commission is required to submit its recommendation to the Senate, the National Assembly, the National Executive, county assemblies, and county executives. Therefore, in the execution of their constitutional mandates, the Senate and the Commission are key and indispensable partners in implementing devolution and ensuring its success. The work of CRA on matters determining parameters for division of revenue and all other factors touching on revenue in the counties feeds into the role of the Senate as the ultimate defender of devolution. This symbiotic institutional partnership calls for a closer working relationship between the Senate and CRA through more definitive, consultative, and structured engagements. This can be done without undermining the unique rules that the Constitution bestows on each of our two institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to reiterate that my vision as Speaker of the Fourth Senate is to see a more regularity, responsiveness, and productive outputs in our engagement with CRA geared towards achieving greater benefit for our counties. Going forward, we should subject our joint activities to some kind of evaluation mechanism within agreed timelines to assess what we have achieved and what more that we can do together in our collective pursuit and goal of ensuring the success of devolution. I envisage a partnership in which our technical teams and committees are given the leeway to consult more strategically and intensively to ensure outcomes of such engagements inform future legislative initiatives and interventions. As the Senate, we are duty-bound to support the Commission on Revenue Allocation through the requisite legislative interventions and other practical ways to ensure CRA discharges its mandate more effectively, efficiently, and for the benefit of all Kenyans. Thank you, and may God bless.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker of the Senate. I'd kindly request before you take your seat, we're now going to the launch area, so I'd kindly request Speaker of the Senate, please come to this launching spot, accompanied by the Chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. We'll also have all the rest of the delegates joining him. We have Bwana Barasa, Your Excellency, Karibu Sana, Bwana Korir, Bwana Muratha, Bwana Otachi, Bwana Ndungu, the commissioners as well. We have a button there that we'd kindly request that you long press, but we'll count down, The photographers, please, I'd kindly request that we keep just a bit of a distance this way. Let's move behind. We have another spot behind. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly request that we join together by standing. Let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to have a countdown. We'll start 5 to 1. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi tafadhali as we celebrate the launch of the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments. Makofi tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, setting the tone at the top, the most important. Own source revenue is a sleeping giant, and this is the time for it to be awakened. And right now we'll take the photos. Would kindly request that we keep a distance so that we can see. One more time, a big round of applause. Makofi tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana, the launch of the report on comprehensive own source revenue potential and tax gap study of county governments. Asanteni sana, we may kindly take our seats. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause to our chief guest, tafadhali. We will allow him to leave. He has another critical appointment. Tunasema asante sana, Right Honorable. Only the Speaker of the Senate will leave, but the rest, I'd kindly request that we take photos together. Asanteni sana. Constitutional officers, I'd kindly request that we all sit down, settle down. Asante sana. Let's kindly take our seats. Let's kindly take our seats. Asante sana. Asante sana, asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly request that we take our seats. We're about to close in a moment. Thank you so much. As we prepare for the vote of thanks, we want to open it up. If you have any question or comment, let's have that on the screen. You can either use Mentimeter or you can just put up your hand and the CEO, Commission on Revenue Allocation, will be glad to respond. We have about 5 or 10 minutes or so, so I'd kindly request put up your hand or you can just ask that question directly via Menti. Remember, it's www.menti.com. The code is 82094631. When a CEO, there's already a question. Let's just open it up. Let's open it up. There are about 5. Okay, there's a question here. What are the identified, let's take that. What are the identified tax gaps in the own source revenue, and what are the possible measures to put in place to address the gaps? Maybe we can start with that, and then we pick up maybe 1 or 2 more. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mwakazi. Just as I come to that question, I will also want to have Dimitri from UNCDF, who has been working a lot on TADAT, to just have a minute to say what they have identified as some of the issues at the counties. Then I'll come back and answer that question. So hold on to that. Dimitri, if you could do that in a minute, I'll be just glad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A big congratulations to CRA for this remarkable achievement, and of course also to the counties who participated. Now I will try within the next 1 minute, as I have been requested. It's a tough task, to speak about the major findings of the tax administration diagnostic assessments, as well as the as well as the infrastructure asset management assessments that we have conducted in a number of counties, as has been mentioned earlier. Several channels of improving the revenue situation at the county level have been mentioned. And there are some longer term ones. We will not focus on, I will not focus on those at the moment. But there are obviously short-term gains that can be achieved and can take counties closer to that potential without any significant investment or without any significant budget requirement. We are talking, first of all, about eliminating various leakages in tax administration and infrastructure asset management administration. There are several important areas that have been identified, and some of those have been mentioned here. One is, of course, the outdated valuation roles, as well as the outdated taxpayer roles. That's one of the major sources of underperformance by counties in their revenue generation. So those areas can and should be addressed on a priority basis. The second significant area where counties underperform is the collection and billing system. Not every taxpayer who registered is properly taxed and properly billed. The lack of the tax resolution mechanisms, as well as lack of enforcement, is another big area. Here we also come to the issue of the use of county and municipal assets. That's a significant area that can boost revenues at the county level. But what we have discovered is that those assets, A, are not properly registered, B, they are sometimes misused, and very often improperly used. And the last very important issue that has been mentioned, of course, the issue of transparency and accountability and reporting. There are huge, huge issues that have been found in the course of both tax administration diagnostic and infrastructure asset management. Those can be addressed, and UNCDF will continue working with the Council of Governors, with our partners such as the Commission on Revenue Allocation, Office of the Controller of Budget, National Treasury, and others, to help our partner counties to address those issues and to increase their revenues 7 times. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think he brings in a different perspective. Now, the question of the gap that we were able to address. One, let's talk about the main gap is the difference between 216 and 31. That's a major gap. And what is causing that gap? It's probably the issue of administration, lack of automation, issue of leakages, which has been said very many times. And we have heard this morning about what needs to be done, tighten the administration, improve on the databases, including the valuation roles, training of the staff who are doing the work on revenue collection and revenue administration, and most important, which the chair of CRA so eloquently put across, is the tone at the top. The governors and the CECs need to lead this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can take 2 from the floor, but there's one from, okay, one, another one, the final one. There's one as we get to the floor. There's one on via Mentimeter. How can the citizens engage more in the OSR discourse? How about private sector in a mutually viable manner?
Thank you very much. Such an interesting question, and I think it's important because it's a citizen who pays. The first area of engagement comes through what is given by our Constitution, which is public participation in the process of making the laws that, that allow taxation. So that's the first place. The second is engagement through their representatives who are at the county level, are the members of the county assembly, and the Senate and National Assembly at the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is CPA George Morarabuga. I'm the chairman, Budget and Appropriation Committee, Nyamira County. I have two remarks to do. One, the take home. I want to thank the CRA for the good report they have presented to us. And our take home will be largely on the automation of revenue and the bigger administration of the same. The next issue I have is a challenge that your next study should also focus on the correlation between service delivery and own source revenue. I think that will give us a more impetus on why we should emphasize on this on source revenue, service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Such wonderful comments. I don't think they need any direct response. Is that you are taking home the issue of automation, and then in our next study we need to just try to see the association between service delivery and the OSR. Asante sana. I think so that, oh, there is one more?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for such a wonderful report. My name is Damakrin. I'm a tax assessor. And I wanted to find out if CRA is looking at enabling the counties look deeper into the revenue management process. Currently, there are target assessments that have been undertaken in about 15 counties. How is CRA planning to help the counties implement the gaps in the revenue management processes? Could this be a study that be considered in terms of seeing the correlation between the revenue management process and collection of on-source revenue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The answer to that is yes, that's what we do every day. That's what the Constitution put us in place to do. And therefore, we are working with the counties and the other stakeholders to ensure that, yes, we improve on the county or county OSR. Actually, we are proud to say we have in our midst the technical staff 2 trained data assessors, and we are looking to just improving that that pool of skill so that we get better and better at working with the counties. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Allow me to invite the Vice Chair of the Commission. And I think Mwakazi would do a better job than myself, so go ahead.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, please tumkaribishe.
He has over 15 years global experience serving as a business development, corporate finance and transaction advisor to private equity entities, private sector companies, development finance institutions, governments and public organizations. He is a peer review member of Grand Challenges Canada and an integral part of the conceptualization, structuring and rollout of the M-Akiba platform, the world's first mobile-only government bond. Please welcome the Commission on Revenue Allocation Vice Chairperson, Commissioner Humphrey Watanga.
Thank you. Thank you. I realize that we came here for a breakfast meeting, and my watch tells me that it's just about lunchtime, so I don't intend to keep you here any longer. I have a long list of key takeaways that I'm supposed to read, but I think we've had very eloquent speakers, presenters, who have elaborately outlined the key issues around this revenue potential and tax gap. So I don't intend to repeat that. So I'll just summarize the takeaway as follows. Advertising revenue. Commissioner Irene presented from her presentation. We clearly saw that the advertising revenue stream, where counties are collecting just about nothing, 0.04% against a potential of 81 billion. Collecting just about nothing against a potential of 81 billion. That's a key takeaway. Overall, when you look at all the other revenue streams, counties are collecting 31 billion against a potential of 216 billion. Just 9% of the potential. It's a major takeaway. So certainly, when you look at these key takeaways, it's obvious that counties are grossly underperforming on this account of on-source revenue. But as the chair of the commission presented, her view was, we are here to preach the good news. So instead of looking at it negatively, our view is that this tax gap gives an indication of substantial resources that could be made available to the counties if counties were to do the right thing, get the right systems, get the right processes in place. They could have substantial revenues that would allow them to meet their mandate of delivering services to their citizenry. So what needs to be done in order to achieve this positive outlook? I reflect back to the presentation from Commissioner Irene, and it's there on the screen, outlining some of the key things that need to be done towards achieving this positive outlook. And part of that is to clearly define revenue streams, to update the valuation roles. We really need to attend to the issue of property rates because there's a lot of potential in that regard. The issue of automation, I think, has been spoken to very eloquently by Governor from Kakamega, FCPA, Fernandez Barraza. And as a commission, we've been working very closely with Treasury and our multi-agency task force to establish an integrated county revenue management system. And indeed, it's about time that we brought this to the fore and provided a solution for the counties. We need to enhance efficiency in revenue administration and standardize revenue reporting. Another key issue that was spoken to by the representative of the World Bank, Murada, and also by the chair CRA, was the issue of providing incentives and rewards for performance. As the chair CRA outlined that in the second basis in the division of revenue, we had a parameter that incentivized performance, but that disappeared in the third basis. And as per the chair's prayer, we hope that working with the Senate, we'll be able to have this incentive back in the fourth basis. But in the interim, perhaps, again, government working with development partners, we could potentially look at having a conditional grant to provide this incentive and reward for counties that work towards achieving their potential. With that, I'd like to pass a vote of thanks, starting with the World Bank, for supporting this very critical activity under the Kenya Devolution Support Program, the technical committee team for working on this study, and the institutions under this technical committee were National Treasury, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the Office of the Controller of Budget, and Council of Governors. We also appreciate the participants in today's session. Our guest speaker, Honorable Amason Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, PS Devolution, Director General, National Treasury. We had the Chair of Finance Committee, COG, and Governor Kakamega. We had the Chairperson of the Kenya Law Reform. We had the Chair of Chairs, Chairperson, National Land Commission, CEO IPOA. We had commissioners from the Kenya Law Reform Commission on Administrative Justice, representation from KESRA, from SOCAT, IGRTC, Kenya School of Government, Kenya Revenue Authority, Public Service Commission, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, We had the chairperson of SRC, Salaries and Remuneration Commission. We also had counties fairly well represented here, recognized like Kipia Revenue Board members, Kakamega Revenue Authority, the CEC Finance, CEO Revenue Boards, Director Revenue of numerous counties, including Nyamira, Kajiado, and Turkana County. We'd also like to thank and appreciate our donor partners, including the World Bank, was represented by Muratha, Dr. Naomi Madenge, a former Deputy Director at CRA. We also had Embassy of Denmark. We appreciate your presence here. And representation of FCDO, represented by Mr. Conan Sendo. Thank you for your continued support. Other partners who have supported us and with whom we look to work closely with, we have ACT, Mr. Tom Were, and Ms. Agnes Odhiambo. We look forward to working with you in advancing more of the work that CRA is doing. We also have representation from IBP, International Budget Partnership, and UNCDF. And finally, I'd like to thank the staff of CRA, commissioners of CRA, and the entire Secretariat for the continued support and the work that you've done towards achieving this and numerous other mandates of the CRA. Thank you very much. See you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. We've come to the end. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. As we close, Germany, totally destroyed, trying to rebuild, but this was just fascinating. That you know what, in the midst of the destruction, imagine picking up the pieces. But you know what really stood out for me? Is that every person had a role to play. After the destruction, lives and resources, the people started to work. The women, everyone on the ground, working hard. That sleeping giant waking up. Not just one person. Once the tone at the top is set, boom, then the people pick up the pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it so that we can build a better country moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor serving you as the moderator. Asanteni sana. Quick remark, ladies and gentlemen, lunch served at Nyama Choma Ranch. Please don't forget to get your lunch voucher. All the best. God bless you. See you at work. Asanteni sana. Photos already. Photos as well, please.